next one.
According to Greek mythology, it has been 10 years since Tim came running out of the room shouting, "It's a boy," with tears streaming down his face. That was the last time we ever went back to Thailand. Also, do you need me for the show tonight?
Oh, well, I reckon that one took me one way, and then you brought me another there, buddy. And I did happen to swallow a little bit of my own saliva. Ooh.
Contrast paint, which is on the other side of my model thing, which is back here. So then you take your contrast, Blood Angel red, and you just slap it on your model. Boom, blammo, you did it. You got a painted Blood Angel. There you go. Like and subscribe in the video down below.
Why do people keep, like, just a couple potatoes in so many different places? That was a lot of it. That wasn't a sound redemption, right? Is there someone here? Check my messages quick. Huh. Oh, geez, it was a sticker. Okay. Okay, all right. All right, cool. Dope. Friends, countrymen, Marvel Crisis Protocol champions. Hashtag player for MCP. All right, guys, if you have not, sorry, go for it, Dan.
Which number of players in the contest champions was 65?
Yes. 65 people, 4 people left. 1 champion, and it is Nate GG of the Gamers Guild. And you know what? Honestly, a great story. And
according to a homicide police report, 10 years ago I asked my childhood sweetheart, my best friend, and the most beautiful women in the world to marry me. And amazingly enough, all 3 of them said no.
All right. We'll take it. What? Consider the following. I have wood.
Oh,
and now it's on.
Kind of wood? Okay,
and now it's on the ground.
Okay. This kind of wood. Okay, good. Hey, man, this is awesome. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for being such a reasonable fellow. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take that out.
I don't have anything to give you though. All I have is some waterweed.
Oh yeah, I love waterweed, man. No, that's great.
Anything to give you though.
Let's go! Oh yeah, I love waterweed, man.
Dude, you're awesome. I'm
great.
gonna go south and extract. Do you want to come?
Yeah, I do. Also in Syracuse, this will be a 3-day event starting July 7th through the 9th. There will be a big 2-day King Ding Doppeldonger Challenger Standard event to lay your claim on who is the best Brotherhood player in upstate New York. So, I'm excited about that. There's tickets available. There will be links in the chat tonight talking about that. In addition to that, Bearded Dragon Games and Hobbies, all that great stuff. Right now, they are running a deal. How is the water pressure for the shower?
Oh, jeez. All the cameras are just completely off. It did not blast my headphones. Sorry to tell you, Rob. Your entire day is now ruined. Which, you may not have deserved it, but you definitely got to deal with it. Hi, Rob. Hi, Rob. Yeah, but you do that enough. Like, yeah, but you do that enough that it no longer faces me. Disappoint you? Jeez. Man, I'm sorry. I had no idea. I'll try harder next time. Okay. Today's the... Well, technically not today. Tomorrow's the last day that we'll be painting Warcrow stuff, at least from the pre-order thing. Because the game's out! It came out this weekend. Hooray! That's so cool. So this is the pre-order bonus model. So if you want Mr. Bear here, he's very good in the game. You're probably going to want to pre-order it. I'm not sure if this model ever will get a general release. It probably will, but you'll have to wait some time. He's very, very good. He destroys everything he touches. It's pretty cool. And he's a leader of the blue people in the game. So if you have interest in playing Northern Tribes, this is a really good model to get. CB was nice enough to send me all these models early. And now you can get them on. Now you can get them. Yay! So they come out. They came out this week, and I think they start shipping it next weekend. If you go through a retailer, if you go through CB itself, which is their website, I think they'll send it immediately. Like I know some people who've already got it before the weekend happened, so they actually have it before the game even came out, which is pretty common with CB. So if you ever want to get a CB release slightly early, order directly from them, and you'll get it a lot quicker. Looks like a Nurgle Demon Prince with that head. Does it? He's just a bear. He's just a bear, man. You're just a big bear boy. You should, you know, Hurubba Bubba bootstraps and a firm handshake, Hurubba Bubba other Booker's sayings. I don't get that one. But I am pretty stupid. So, what we're going to do is we're going to be painting a lot of white. So, the majority of this is going to be white. I'm probably going to paint until, like, probably like 4, 5, something like that.
Whenever you need to leave, I don't care.
Yeah, I'll probably paint until like 4 or 5.
I'm only concerned about you getting hungry.
I mean, I'm sure I can eat something in the middle of it.
I can make you I'll make you some rice to go for tacos.
Okay. Oh, Boomer. Got it. Not Booker. I was like, I don't know what Booker means. Boomer. Boomer sayings. Got it. Yeah. Should you know Hurubba Bubba Boosh? Oh, pull myself up by the boosh. Okay, I got where you're saying now. And a firm handshake. Listen, man, I'm constantly giving out handies and hugs. That's just how it works. I'm gonna pull myself up by my handies and hugs. Okay, so what have I been doing since the last time? I have not touched this guy since last week. Mostly just because I'm like dedicating myself to finishing one of the keywords for Malifaux, which I'll get to in a second. But this model's still really, really cool. It's mostly just a lot of brown. I've noticed that a lot of the Northern Tribe stuff is just painting a lot of leather because they don't have a lot of metal. The Highway 9 bathroom. I mean, that is where I know you from. The Highway 9 bathroom. Jeez! Sheesh! But yeah, it's mostly leather and bone, so that's really all that's left here is just finishing up like the, you know, like all the different colored leathers and stuff, which we'll probably do in a more like earthy tone, and just, you know, club and blah blah blah. Fantastic model, but a lot of this stuff is very, very, it's a lot of like a single color, and it takes a lot of effort to kind of differentiate them. Not to say that you can't just contrast it all and it'll look fine. But if you want to go that next level, these are the kinds of models that take just a little extra time, just because they have so much extra stuff on them, which makes them look fantastic when you're done. But it makes doing it, I don't want to say a process. It's an endeavor, I guess is what we're gonna say. I did finish 2 models though over the week, which is cool, pretty cool. I finished a Vitagi for Malifaux, which is one of the hunters. And I know Vitagi sounds like something I hear about it literally every time I talk about it, which I'm assuming there's going to be a comment coming just momentarily. Really cool model. Oddly enough, when I painted it, I was like, oh yeah, we're going to be doing this with, what the heck is, I think his name is like, I forget his name. I forget the bear's name. It's something with an A. I keep expecting a phone call.
Yeah, well. I'm gonna make you your own login on this computer. So you don't log me out of Discord.
Oh, that's fair. I just didn't want to take up space on your computer. Um,
It's fine, it's fine.
Augustus. That's a good name. That's actually a pretty good name for him. But yeah. So the Vitagi, cool model. There's 2 other ones, but I don't know if I'll ever actually use 3. 2 I can see. I don't know about 3. But I also finished Kanehurst, who is one of the hunters for the Apex keyword. What are you doing there, little silly Billy? This one came out really, really good, actually. Did a little non-metal metallic on the sword. Actually worked out pretty good. That's something I'm still kind of working on, is non-metal metallic. Got a really cool big cloak. I don't know why a man needs a cloak quite that big, unless you're like building a little nest for yourself at night when you're out there hunting. But really, really cool model. Really enjoyed it. I really just enjoy painting infantry-sized models. I just love it so much. And to kind of give you a general gist of what we're doing here, look at the scale difference here. The Warcrow stuff is very big. It's a really good scale. So like here's the unit leader for the humans. And then, to put it into perspective, like here's a Malifaux model. So they're pretty big. They're about a head or 2 bigger than most other scales. It's probably maybe a little bit smaller than Shatterpoint scale, but that's fine. I really like that scale. It's good. It's fun. And then I was painting the Ahul, which is Kanehurst, which is this guy. It's his little hunting buddy, because he trained a giant evil bat. And I'm doing this like infected skin thing in between his muscles. I think it came out really good. And he's mostly going to be black. It's going to be a black fur, and I'll probably do, because the army color is this like teal. It's like turquoisey color. So I'm probably going to do the teal on the wing.
Just a little bit of red, it looks really cool.
Yeah, it looks cool. I actually, oddly enough, Weird's version of this model, they did this. I don't usually like vindictively steal things when it comes to painting, but I saw that and I was like, that actually looks legit cool. I'm gonna steal that.
Lava skin.
Yeah, and it's just because he's got an evil parasite inside of him that's turning him into a monster, a big scary monster. But enough about that. We're gonna paint this Warcrow model and finish off Warcrow week. I do highly recommend that anybody that is even remotely interested in the game at least get the starter box so you can try it out. The starter box is a really good deal. The game itself, you probably can't play the full-size game yet because there's not enough stuff that's actually out, and the availability things probably prevent you from being able to do it. But the game is very fun, even at small levels. And it's very similar. It's got a lot of MCP and Shatterpoint stuff to it, but it plays a lot like Legion. So if you're interested in like a fantasy Legion, I highly recommend it. It's very, very good. So just keep that in mind. But we're going to be painting white yet again. Lots of white on this channel. You never back down. So what you do first is you take the old tried and true white-blue. Just to prove it, see? I scraped off all the stuff on top. This is white-blue. This is a color I use very, very frequently. I used pale gray-blue from Vallejo before that. This one is a little bit brighter, which, whatever one you prefer.
This music is really bad. It's like porn star music.
Listen, I am an expert in that stuff, and that's definitely not what any of it ever sounds like.
Also, my voice isn't picking up on the channel. My microphone, I'm using it.
I think it's because
That probably will fix
I
it.
think it's because I muted you. How do I stop from hearing you though? I could just.
Huzzah.
I could turn down. No, I can't do that.
You can turn down the Discord volume, push
No, because if I do
Window
that, then they
G
won't be able to hear you.
here.
Because it's based off of desktop noises. That's fine. If I have the headset on, I can't hear you. Real life. I didn't hear anything you said because you muted the mic on that one.
Sorry. I said I was about to go outside anyway. That's why I wanted everything working, so I could hear you while I'm out there.
Makes sense. I expect this to be a little bit of a slower stream, just because it is earlier in the day on a Sunday. You know, people got stuff they got to do, but I figured I would get the stream out there. Tomorrow should be normal time. I have to go to an interview tomorrow for a journalist, which is cool. But I think I should be back in time. The local paper in Lexington wants to interview me for their social media. I won't be in the paper, but one of the journalists is friends with the other doc I work with. And she was like, "Why don't you go get an interview? Get people to know you're here." And I was like, "That's a legitimately great idea." So emailed people, got the interview, getting it done. What do you think of that, Kara?
The stream keeps like cutting off for me, so I'm not really thinking about that right now.
You done any editing yet, Rob? Rob and I are in a live play RPG based in the Malifaux universe. We are a good chunk of episodes in now, and pretty soon it should start getting released. As soon as Rob does some editing. So far, I'm actually super happy with it. Usually when I'm telling stories, you know, you're prouder of certain ones than others, but I'm actually really happy with this one. We got a very good cast of people. Might have lost Rob. We might have lost him.
You lose a lot of people.
Jeez.
You're not actually painting that model in camera view.
I'm right in the middle of it.
This music is much more good. Well, it wasn't when I said that. You moved it after I said it. Can you hear the music like on your computer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, otherwise I'd be very bored. Well, not bored. I'd be I don't know. Lonely's not the right word either. I would slowly go mad from the lack of noise.
Less motivated.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just gonna put it.
This makes me want to paint anime characters.
That's next week. Yeah, it's a this guy is very violent in the game. The northern tribes definitely follow a Viking type A aesthetic in the game. So if you are looking to paint fantasy Vikings who are also orcs, if that combination just really tickles you, yeah, this game is you're gonna love what's coming. Based on the art and the minor spoilers, because I think they've done the next box. I think at Gen Con they also showed off like something else. I think they might have shown off like some other stuff that's coming, which is really cool. But in the rule book, you can definitely see there's a bunch of other models. And when it comes to white, you're definitely going to take a couple coats, especially if you're working off a black base.
Or if you're like me, you just use a lot of paint.
I don't remember how they painted his hair. For some reason, I'm thinking they painted his hair black, I think. No, all of his hair was white. Okay. All of it. But Pro Acryl, definitely some of the best paints for painting white. White and black, actually. Their yellows are also very, very good. They're definitely a little more on the watery side, but that's just yellow in general. But it definitely has some of the best coverage as far as white or yellows go.
What game are these for?
That's Warcrow. So my hope is eventually a buddy of mine wants to start a YouTube channel for like battle reports and all that stuff. So the hope is that eventually we'll be able to do the Warcrow, I guess demo scenarios is the best way to put it, and have those on the channel. He's on vacation right now, and we got to have an actual fully painted set. So I think we're probably going to use mine, and I got to stop dragging my feet and actually completely finish all of it. Thankfully, thanks to the stream, a lot of it's painted. But I still got to finish the Wrath main, who I don't know where he is anymore. He's right here. This one. Big guy, big warrior, orc. Really reminds me a lot of like Hellscream, Garrosh from World of Warcraft. Yeah, if you like World of Warcraft orcs, you're really gonna dig this game's aesthetic. Anybody else here painting anything? We will be hopefully doing a whip it out later, at least. Today is the last day of Gen Con. Not too many crazy previews. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. New edition of Infinity's coming, so that's really cool. I'll be honest, like I'm talking with people, and I don't really know how much they can really change. I feel like the game is in a really great spot. The one thing I have heard some people say that is going to get changed is how armor works. So now I've been told that there's like a survival value or something like that, as opposed to like weapon damage or something like that. So I guess that means that some people can have like the same gun, but the strength of it isn't always going to be the same, because it just maybe it depends on like who's shooting it, which is kind of a cool idea. That bag right there, you can just throw that away. It's supposed to be a paint handle, but I can't figure out how it works, so I think there's a part missing.
gray and let the colors rain. Turn the shit we do and our words into pure reality. 'Cause you and me are meant to be what they don't see. Never feeling wrong 'cause we don't belong. And getting higher now, we're invincible. Trust in me, we're invincible. Don't you see, we're invincible. We're invincible.
Getting into this music, huh?
Yeah, the EDM stuff on here is actually pretty good.
We're invincible. We're invincible.
And hopefully we don't do the classic Dylan thing where we forget skin is poking through like all the armor and all that stuff, which I think I've done on every single one of the Workrow models so far. Hello, Bubby.
You mean you're not perfect, Dr. D?
Far from it. By no means a game ender, but definitely infuriating. And so, we are definitely going to go with a cool white. So we'll be doing the usual blue shading to help keep the coolness of it, because the army itself is going to be sort of, I guess maybe not sort of, but it's definitely ice themed. So just keeping the palette nice and cool is always a great way to kind of tie the army all together. And that way when you use warm colors, they really stand out. Because you're thinking of it from a army painting standpoint, where you want to think about the fact that this model is not just going to be on the board by himself, although based on how expensive he is, that could potentially happen.
I messed up the water bucket, so I just refreshed them.
Thank you. Hey, we're gonna have to let this white dry because there's a lot of it. And the one issue with painting white is it is very prone to coming off of the model when you are messing with it, especially if you keep it wet. So because there's so much shading involved with it, and because the white that you put on top of it also has to be pretty watered down, you really want to make sure that the base coat of this is dry, because it will lift off the model very easily. So when you're doing this, make sure that you're not like viciously stabbing this model with the brush, because it will very much come off. I've seen it 1,000 times. It gets no less infuriating every time it happens. See?
So if you do that, how do you fix it?
You just cover it up again. See, I almost did. I almost forgot the little forearm right there. And with this model, having like brush strokes in it isn't necessarily a bad thing either, just because of the fact that it is a fuzzy bear, a bear man. So having some brush strokes there might even add a little bit of like texture that you may not have actually intended, but it works out. Because texture is definitely the thing you got to do in order to get to that like next level. As you think about like, oh, this thing is hard, or this thing's soft, or this thing's made of cotton, or this thing's made of metal. Because after you start learning your paint recipes, then you can start upgrading your paint jobs based on like what the thing is made of. And you'll blow people's minds because they'll look at it and be like, oh, I can tell that that is made out of silk. And there you go. So I will be right back. I'm going to get some models off this desk because it's getting a little cluttered. So I will be back. Kara's going to entertain you with words of wisdom.
It's probably a better idea if he cleans the models, because I will break the models. I'm painting my moon men. A lot of white, and then some black. And the primer that we had when we did these, kind of funky. And the paint doesn't stick in a lot of places. So right now I'm just kind of trying to glop it on this base. Get it to cover. It's actually covering this one a little bit better than the last one I was working on before I came over here. And the last one I was like putting the paint on and it was just coming right off like there was Rain-X on it or something. See, it keeps seeping up on the edges here. Got a little bubby in the doggy cam there. God, I am incredibly loud. Am I that loud for you guys? Like on the other end? Alright, so I was using black blue on the base, and then when I dry brush it, I'm gonna use a bone color. Because I think that kind of looks like the moon. It's not just black and white. But I think I want black for my weapons because that's what I've been doing. looking for Pro Acryl black. Like black black. I see some Shatterpoint on here getting ready to get painted. Alright, I'm giving you guys back to Dr. D.
Okay, I'm back. Still not a perfect desk, but now we can at least push more. So when it starts drying, especially when you're on a black base coat primer, like a black primer, you'll start to see some stuff seeping through. In this case, because the model is going to be very, very white, you just want to make sure that the coverage is good. It doesn't have to necessarily be perfect, but you definitely don't want any like black patches sticking through by any means. What are you looking for? The stream originally started as an attempt to clean off the desk, and it turned into something much more. So much more that it made my desk even worse. Such is the way of life.
But you are constantly building models.
Yes, and I can say... I can say my build to paint ratio has gotten significantly better recently, mostly because of the stream. And a lot of the stuff I'm definitely not buying as much as I used to. I'm still probably buying a little more than I probably should, but there's definitely been a much higher like painting one army consistently thing going on, just because the stream does keep you, I guess, accountable in some ways. Maybe that's the right way to put it. And I believe that as a person, I've grown to the point where I feel like I don't need to collect every single army for the game that comes out. Now I've been working mentally on trying to get to the conclusion that I don't have to buy every model in the faction I do pick in the game that I do play. Which that was a good learning experience. So the temptation to just literally buy every single model in Explorers Society is strong. But I finally reached the conclusion, it's like, you know, eventually I probably will get them all, but I don't need them all literally right now. Thankfully, with the way the Malifaux system works, it's segmented where, you know, you can play a certain master and you just need the models in that keyword, and then you don't really need the other ones, really. Infinity is very similar in that regard, especially when you have, like, sectorials. Because you can just play a certain sectorial, which limits your model range, which is fantastic, because it's a really good way to play with a smaller pool, I guess, like a smaller pool of models, so you can really learn the profiles, depending on the sectorial, that is. Which I think if I had one wish for 5th edition Infinity, it would definitely be that the rules stay relatively the same, because I really love the rules where they are right now. But they mess around with a couple of the special rules, like Sixth Sense, and I really hope they go through the equipment and make a lot more of them maybe universally helpful. And I really hope they switch up Impersonator a little bit. As long as they do like something like that just to kind of even it out, I would be pretty happy. But generally speaking, I don't have anything bad to say about Infinity. I hope that, and again, it's not really a rulebook thing, but maybe in the new edition they'll mess with the sectorials a little bit, because I do think some of the sectorials, their model ranges are probably a little too big. I would really like it to be decreased. Starting high and going low. Do you mean color? What do you mean starting high and going low? You mean like the bright colors? No, no, no. This is, funnily enough, this is actually the mid-tone. Yeah, the color. No, this is actually the mid-tone. We're gonna go in here with a blue and really darken it up by adding literally like a cool shade, and then after that we're gonna go brighter. So oddly enough, neither. To answer your question, neither one of them. All right, so we're gonna let him dry a little bit. What do I even work on? I guess I can keep working on this guy. What can we work on? That won't take that long. I guess we can work on leather a little bit. So again, we got Scrag Brown here. I was using a little bit earlier. I'm just going to Scrag Brown up a lot of the dark brown spots to start working up the leather. Your mid-tone is white blue. Indeed it is, sir. Oh, actually, it's a perfect example, though. I did the exact same thing with his beard. It's kind of hard to tell the white on the lights. Maybe if I turn off this light. It really bounces off because it's so bright. But I love my bright colors. So that's pretty par for the course. Yeah, it just has trouble picking up the white. But it's gonna be that bright when it's done. Which you'll definitely notice, bright colors always look better as long as you do them well than just going super dark. But it kind of depends. Like, I know a lot of people really dig the what you call like the grimdark style, which is very, very dark over the entire thing, and then you just have like some spot really bright colors, which could even be like a verdigris. So like the bright colors are the what you could consider like the weathering. And I know a lot of people get a lot of success out of that, which is cool. That's really good. That's not quite my style, just because I've kind of built the name off of painting cartoony in a way. But it's definitely a way to do it. And there's some really good guides out there for that kind of stuff. Like maybe, you know, one day maybe I'll do that with a specific army, just kind of go super grim. Which I have some Imperial Guard stuff for 40k. I probably will never play them. I sold a... Yeah, hang on, do it well and it'll look good. Well, you know, I think painting dark is so much harder than painting light. Because if you paint dark, a lot of times what people do is they just paint it a color, they'll hit it with a wash, and then they'll say, oh, it's weathering or whatever. Which is not, it's not necessarily, it's not wrong. It's just a lot harder for the eye to see. And so it won't, your eyes won't like really catch on anything. Which is really the goal. Because you just want the human eye to catch on certain features, which will essentially define the paint job. Is why I do my best to never use washes. I agree. I have really toned down on how much washes I use. I used the wash fairly recently. I just put the model away, but I use it when there's like dark spots on a model that I really want to make sure I touch. So it's like would be a good example. So like if I was doing this fur right here, kind of hard to see, but if you do that fur underneath his shoulder, I might hit that with a wash because it has so much like little individual detail in it that I would probably wash that either in the mid-tone or as I'm getting closer to the highlight just to get some color in there. But I definitely would not wash it as the last step because it'll really tone everything down. By the way, welcome. Visit the Chronicler. Have I seen you here before? I don't recognize the name. If you have been here, I apologize. There's certain days, more people here than others. pretty good at remembering everybody. And my hope is that...
Oh, nice. Thank you for the raid.
Oh, that was you. That's right. You raided me last Monday, I think it was. Yeah. Are you? Do you paint on here consistently? The channel is like a group channel, so it's hard for anybody to go out and like find people to raid. But I might check you out on my own personal channel. So if you see one in there called Dr. D, that's me. I was gonna say your name seemed somewhat familiar. Friday through Monday. Okay, what times? I'll start throwing raids your way. You can tell I'm a doctor because I have to write this down. With a pencil. Friday, Monday, 2:30 Central. So I'm Eastern time. That would mean you're an hour behind us, I think. I had an interview with Hoopu, the Warcrow person at CB that's in charge of like relations, I guess. I don't know. It's like she's like I think they call him the liaison or something like that. And she didn't quite understand the direction of time zones, but it was very funny. Yeah, 3:30 for us. Okay. So you're gonna start in like a couple hours. Actually, that might be perfect because I have to end this one a little early because a friend of mine is visiting. So you might get a raid later today. And, you know, since you're the one that does it, when you do a raid, you literally just do /raid name, correct? In the stream manager, but I think that's how the command works. Okay. Stream manager. Stream manager, huh? You do it through, do you do it through Stream Labs, or do you use
Twitch, not the streamy thing that you're doing.
Okay, so it's on the stream itself. I'm still very new to the actual business side, or maybe not the business side of this, but the how this all stuff technically works on actual Twitch. Okay. Oh, not that. Pink button with a parachute. Pink button with a parachute. Okay, nice. That should be a pretty easy to find button. I guess I don't know where the manage stream thing is. Okay, I got it. Ah! Okay. Got it. Cool. Thank you for making me aware of that. I gotta be a better Twitcher. Okay, so white. So we're gonna start darkening it up. So I have a ton of this color on here. I put a little too much on there, but this is phthalo blue, as I jokingly call phthalo blue, which is the Chimerics color. Absolutely phenomenal color, especially if you're painting any blue or white. I use this color all the time. And there's a red shade and a green shade. I'll be honest, they look a lot like each other. It probably doesn't really matter which one you get, unless you're really going high level. Well, like I said, this channel's shared, because it's for the network itself. A lot of the followers are video games, because Tim, the owner of the network, he plays, or he's taking a little bit of a vacation right now, but he was playing video games. And they do a lot, like there's always something going on here on this channel. Because they do like live play games for MCP and stuff. But the actual business side stuff, I've only just recently started getting exposed to, because I'm helping Tim out. I'm slowly becoming the middle manager of PCN. Video games, what a bunch of nerds! You're gosh darn right, Swan. Are you hanging out with us this week, Swan? By the way, I kept looking for how much that Lazarus goes for. I couldn't find a price, which is why I'm sorry I didn't reach back out. I'm trying to get an average price for it. I'm not gonna charge you a lot, I promise. The advantage of knowing Dr. D. If I can't find a price, I'll practically just give you the thing. I will not be taking advantage of you. Literally, my only thing is I just want to make sure it's not like some $400 model that I'm just gonna like hand out. But the PCN is very close to AMG. I'm not involved with that too much. I help out a little bit here and there with MCP stuff, but I'm definitely more of a Infinity Malifaux slash Cyberpunk slash other stuff player. That's Kara. Thanks, Kara.
I'm just playing right now.
I try to make it work. You guys live so far in the city. Yeah, that's the big issue with where we live. I agree, Swan. It's like we're not like our location in the city isn't that bad. That the issue is that in Boston, you either live close to the highway or you don't. I agree. It's like when you say you don't want to come because of that. Trust me, I don't necessarily blame you. We might be going to... It might be an Ernie week, though. I'm not sure. I didn't think we were going to do it last week because something happened, and I don't think he was wanting to host. But can't put words in his mouth, so I'm not sure. So if it's at his house, it's a heck of a lot easier for you guys to get to. Once Ernie gets his poop together, I do think we need to host a little, maybe like a little weekend tournament thing. Again, not really a tournament, just like a get together, you know, play a rated thing between like, you know, like 4 of us or whatever. Because I don't even think rating counts if it's less than like 6 or 8 people or something. But anyway, as you can see, or maybe not see, because of the shine, when we start adding that blue, it really starts adding in some shade. You can probably see it best right there on his underarm. So when you have a really watered down dark blue, because it's so transparent, what it does is force that dark shade in there, and then at the same time, it's transparent enough to where it still looks like white. So right there on his under leg here, right where the calf is, you see that darkness. And so like when you're painting this model, you'll realize that like it doesn't look like a whole lot until the rest of the model is painted. So my opinion has always been, if you're doing something like this, do the best you think you can, finish the rest of the model, and then go back, and if there's any like situations where you think there might you might get a better looking model if you add more shade, go for it. Or if it's the vice versa, if you want to go in there and add white and clean up some of it. But the good news is that since we're messing with such thin colors, they're pretty easy to cover back up. What you really don't want to do is you don't want to use the blue in like a thick sense, because then it'll completely cover the white and it'll look really weird. I usually do dark to light, so this is an issue. Brother, I'm usually that way too. This is one of the very few situations where I start at the midtone. And it's literally only because it's white. I've tried to do this the opposite direction, or from down to up, with white before, and I've never been happy with it. But I am usually the same. I'm a dark to light. The people that do it from light to dark, I think they're crazy, and they need to probably go to the hospital because they have like a brain tumor. Every day's opposite day.
You need to calm down.
And you really do not want to use this like a wash. That is where I think a lot of, and I've made the mistake quite a few times myself, is you really want to just make it wash consistency, but you really want to be targeted with where you put it, because it could make the white blue look a little funky, which again, it just takes a little bit of practice. You do this enough times, and yeah, it becomes second nature. And we will also more than likely be doing the ice armor on him too, kind of like we did with the Wise Mane. So we're probably doing like this ice effect, which looks really cool when the gloss varnish is on it. Because it will refract the light in such a way where it looks like it all blends together really cool. So like his ice chainmail thing going on here. We'll be doing the same thing. Obviously I can't gloss varnish it until the model's done, because that's the last thing you gotta do, but I usually glaze or what? Brother, I've been asked this question 1,000 times. Glaze is really tricky, right? So like this is a really, like the chimeric stuff is interesting, especially if you're on a wet palette. There it is. Like when you put it down there, it looks super thick. So I usually wash it off, get a clean brush, and then I'll literally grab water and I'll just kind of drag it out until me, it's kind of like a practice eye. I've done it so many times. But you can always use a glaze medium, which I don't know if I have one immediately available. But Vallejo makes a good one. You could even, on some level, you could use an airbrush thinner. I've done that before, where it kind of gives it like a little bit of a washy glaze type effect. Noosh, hashtag sponsored by Monument Hobby. The Noosh stuff is like sort of an oil wash glaze type medium. This might not be a terrible idea. This one might streak a little bit more. Yeah, here it is, glaze medium. So there's like a Vallejo glaze medium. That is pretty good. I used it for a while. If it's something that I'm really like, if it's a competition model, I'm more willing to do that kind of stuff. But when you're doing like everyday models, you're just like, let me just get it done. I just want to finish this model. Just keep working. I don't like getting too like formal about it. And the one thing to always remember with glazes is that when you put the glaze on there, it's gonna look a way that it's not gonna look when it's dry. Just because a dried paint will be more translucent. And it's really just a lot of patience, you know. And there's a certain point where you just kind of start trusting your instincts, and it kind of just starts coming naturally. Like, once you have enough people tell you that your white looks really, really good, you're just like, okay, I got it. And just kind of keep doing the same thing over and over again. Which is really what a lot of miniature painting is. Is just keep doing something until somebody says you did it right, and then just don't stop. Just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And as an example, I'll use the phthalo blue in a thicker sense because it's going to be the same color for the ice armor. And so you see when you put it on thick, it looks way different, right? Yeah.
That's what she said.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, Chronicler. You'll know that I am the marketer, or the networker. I'm all about bringing other people around on the adventure that is we call life. So I do, I'm the host for Arachne. That's actually what I do for PCN, other than the hobby channel. So depending on what games you play, you can always come on to Arachne. I love talking to people. Sorry, I had to leave for a bit to finish cleaning the house. Oh, that's nice, Rob. About to be climbing, but I saw the stream and wanted to see the big boy. Big boy! Well, have fun, Josh. It's gonna be a quick. I guess it's still the same amount of time, but the stream time got a little weird because I got a friend of mine coming to visit, and tomorrow should be the regular times. I hope. I got to go to a interview with a journalist on Monday. I don't foresee it causing me to be late, but if I am late, that would be why. I gotta make sure the practice gets some exposure. Big dick energy.
And start streaming, but I don't have a whole lot of information to say. I'm just gonna tell you things he's already.
About to be climbing, but I checked out some of Chronicler's videos. His painting is very good. Well, awesome. Yeah, I'll have to actually start checking them out. Are you on YouTube, Chronicler? Or is it just VODs on Twitch? So I'm a bit scared with all this painting and playing of WB. I don't know what WB is. That they won't even be available for a bit come October. Oh, White Banner. That's what you mean. And part VODs on Twitch. I haven't been active enough on it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, White Banner. Well, I'll have to check those out, Chronicler. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it that much. I mean, Josh, even if it comes down to it where your army's not playable, it's not like we can't play other things. I mean, you're a huge Malifaux player now. Huge. Huge.
Huge.
Huge.
I do the fingers for him. I'm not over there.
Huge. Yeah, Rob, how's the, did you do any editing yet?
He's a little bit of a nag on you about that, Rob. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
And there's obviously a lot of white on this model, so this is going to be a majority of what we're doing today. To save you some syllables, it's just visit. It's just visit. Okay. Yujing is one of the dev team's favorite factions you'll be fighting. Yeah, it really is. Not yet. Wife had meds. First time yesterday. And then today was chore day. Wife's here to make sure I don't do too much. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I just got my ear to the ground in the Malifaux communities, and they're I'm sure there's people excited for a new Through the Breach.
I love this music.
So today I did dishes, mopped the dining room and kitchen, and vacuumed all the downstairs. That's cool. You feel like your endurance is getting better? From the sounds of it. Usually, I think before you said you would do like one chore and you'd be done, but if you're doing like 3 chores now, that's a good sign. And you painted a model. Ooh. That's exciting. And we're going to be a little bit heavier on the shading on this side because, you know, the light is coming from this direction. So this side, the left side of his face, our right, his left, is going to be a little bit on the darker side. So a little bit heavier with where the shade's going to be. And we'll be working on this guy tomorrow, but next week we will be painting the HVTs for Ernie, which are the Predator character chibi models, which I think 2 days probably be enough to do this. So next time you see these guys, they'll be black with a Zenithal highlight because we're going to go over how to do, I guess what you'd call like a cell shade. I call it chibi style. It's kind of its own thing, but it's really good for any like Marvel United type stuff. I'm tired as hell, but I feel awesome. Okay, be right back. I gotta shower because I'm covered. Alright, have fun.
Great.
Can you guys start? Yeah, you guys are able to see it a little bit. So like you see how it's just like dark here, and you know the underside of his leg and all that stuff. And you know you don't have to be a light scientist. You know you don't have to understand how light works, right? You just highlight and shade the parts of the models that make sense to you. Nobody's really they're not gonna be like, oh, I don't think the light on this is consistent across the entire model. As long as you're close enough, I don't think anyone's gonna give a crap. And if anybody does have a problem, you tell them to buzz off.
Especially if their models aren't painted yet.
Yeah. Yeah, the way I always say it is, a painted model is always going to be better than an unpainted model. The war on gray.
Do that. Snake bite leather for the win.
Whoa! Brown leather in space! That's going to get really hot, because that's the way the sun works. In a place with no atmosphere. No! It burns! Ah! Gotta get some stuff in before the stream, so I'll toss you the lurk for now. I appreciate it, thank you! Yeah, if I get time, I might pop in. Maybe today or later today or tomorrow. It's cool getting to know you though. The Dr. D networking bubble grows. Look at that. We're always making new friends.
You've never met a stranger.
Yeah. Only friends. Oh yeah, I'll be there at some point. Like I said, it'll be a Dr. D from Arachne profile. It won't be this one. Just in case somebody streams on the day I go there. But you'll know it's me. Just kind of refining what we're doing here. Just trying to get in between the muscle folds. Just to kind of help with the definition of the white. I'm happy with that. As you can tell from the glare on the white, since you can't see it on the camera all that well, there's a lot more blue. And you can even see from the camera the way it like really starts to focus white on certain areas. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use full-blown white, and we're going to hit those spots with white. So, again, Chimeric's white. The white. There is no other white. Whatever white you have is a lie. And I would do this with a relatively damp brush, just to help with the transparency of it. But with white, since it's so thin, you definitely don't want to water it down too much, because it'll lose the effect. And just make sure that when you're doing it, usually this dark blue is going to leave like a transition line. That's pretty brutal. Just go over that, and then work towards the top. And that's how you help control some of those brutal transition lines. Brutal. And again, the texture on this can be a little bit rougher because he is fuzzy. He's a fuzzy bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy had no hair. Paint and white. And so on your guys' end, it's probably going to start getting like more reflective. And that is a sign that it's working. Because that means that light is bouncing right off this sucker. Because it's so white. And this is a really easy way to do white. You know, the first couple might be a little rough, just because you're learning something new, but the products, once you learn how to use them, they practically do the job for you. It's mostly just being patient. And then you get a great looking white. I had somebody recently tell me, because they saw one of the models I painted, they were like, man, that white looks really, really good. Did you have that, like, done professionally? And I was like, yeah, professionally casual. Boom. And then I got awarded the funniest guy on the internet award. Thank you, Rob. Shower went well, huh? And even if you just put a light white glaze over something that you've painted with the dark blue, it actually creates a really cool midtone that kind of illustrates some depth, even where the shade is. Which is one of the reasons why you just want to be really targeted with that dark blue, because it will affect it if you get it on the high spots, which is why I say you don't want to use it as a wash. Coin purse is nice and clean for you. Giggity, oh, I'll give you a white glaze. I don't get it. Duh bear. Duh bear. Okay, I gotta go for a bit, maybe back later, but if not, I'll see you later, Rob. Sunday is the day that people stop by, say hi, watch for a bit, and leave. You know, it's kind of like the it's like the barber shop. You know. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let me light it up a little bit over here. Give it a little brightening up over here. And there you go. Good enough for me. Okay. So I guess we work on the ice armor next. So let's hit it with some more of the blue. Make sure we got a nice strong base. Oh, and I do want to paint the blade like a big ice weapon as well.
There's your pretty puppy on the doggy cam.
With his usual "don't ever touch me, lady" look.
That's his rest doggy face.
That it is. I think I'll paint that gold, actually. So, since he is probably the richest of all of the Varank or whatever, he probably actually has gold on him. So we'll do some non-metal metallic on him at some point. Swimming.
This right here is telling you what's on the Olympics.
Yep. Does the Olympics ever end?
No. So it used to be every 4 years, and it would be like summer games were in the summer. And then winter games would be in the winter. And then when I was a kid, they switched it and they started doing it every 2 years. So the winter games are every 4 years, and the summer games are every 4 years, but they're offset. So you get the games every 2 years in some form or fashion.
I meant the fact that it's still going. Like, for this one. I feel like it's been going on for like a week.
Oh, yeah. I think it restarted in like the 1800s, like late 1800s. April 6, 1896. So yeah, there was quite a bit of time in between Greek Olympics and now.
So it's been going on every single day until then. Since then.
I mean, theoretically, it's not every day, but somebody's probably training every day at some point. There's a lot of, like, qualifications they have to go to actually get to the games. So there's qualifications probably going on as soon as the games end. How much longer on these boxes? Are they like half printed?
I think the print time on the thing was like a day. So 20, it's like 30-hour print.
You started last night?
Yeah. It's tall enough for the Tarot size cards. Usually printing something that big makes me a little nervous, but at least the print itself is just like, it's a square.
Yeah. It seems to be doing okay. I've checked it several times.
And then there will be some dividers I'll print out, but those don't take nearly as long. Okay. So all the ice armor stuff is base coated, and we're going to use some electric blue from Game Air Vallejo. Makes a very good mid-tone for ice.
Careful, Dr. D.
Went to the gym, and my muscles need stretching. Alright, so because these are each segmented plates, that means we gotta go in here and paint each one of these little stupid things individually. Pain in the butt to do, but it looks so good when you're done. And what I'm thinking is there's some banding in between all of it. I'll probably paint that gold. Because there's definitely going to be a lot more gold on this model than a lot of the other models in Northern Tribes. Because he's a Kang. This is definitely a model you're going to want to paint when you get a little bit more free time. And what you could always do too is paint this blue and just hit it with a wash, like I was kind of talking about with Chronicler a little earlier. And the transitions on this don't have to be super amazing by any means, just because of the fact that we are going to hit this with a gloss varnish at the end, which is going to really help with the transition lines. Because like we were saying with the Wise Mane, it's going to diffuse the light as it goes through, so it's going to look a lot smoother. That's what it starts looking like. And it's a good idea to make sure you do this individually, each thing. Each of the little links. Just because of the fact that the dark areas in between them will make sure they really like stick out. As much of a pain in the total rear end it is. And try and have it point towards where the light is coming from, so we know it's coming from the up and right to of the model. So our left. Just kind of make sure that the dark spot that you're leaving in each of the cells is pointed away from that. And again, you don't have to be a light scientist. If you don't get it right all the time, it's like whatever, it's fine. People won't really notice that much, but it helps. It really helps. As you can see. You got an ice skirt. That is built. Sweet. Yeah, this song's good. This is a good one. Hey! Starts looking like an icicle. Had to make your wife some breakfast. That was nice of you.
I was gonna say, whoa, it's way late for breakfast, but it's not that late.
Yeah, definitely different starting time for the stream, that's for sure.
Yeah, I forgot. Hey, I'm gonna have the Mexican bowl ready for you in about 30 minutes. You don't have to stop streaming, that's why I'm doing a bowl.
I might take a quick break just to scoff that down. But that'll be then, not now.
I don't know why he doesn't want to let you guys watch him eat. Hey, Bits, to watch Dr. D eat.
I don't think anyone's gonna want to do that. Eating into the mic is like something that drives people literally nuts. Unless you're into that ASMR stuff, which I mean maybe we can talk.
I think people would rather hear Bubby or Thor eat something into the ASMR microphone.
Trying to be a good housewife. Good for you, bud. She's a lucky husband. You do any more painting, Rob? Any more of the French? No, I was gonna today, but chores have priority. I gotta pace myself real hard with painting or I'm gonna crash and burn. Crash and burn. Yeah, I've had my days. That's for sure. Especially leading up to events and stuff where you just have to power through stuff. It's a miserable feeling. Are you gonna go to Adepticon? Because you live in that area, right? You live in like Chicago-ish area? And I'm talking relatively. If I say Chicago, I mean like somewhere near Illinois. If you're like, oh yeah, I'm an hour away from it, I don't live in Chicago. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But you live like in that area. Dan, right. Do you live in California? You're the one that lives in California. Yeah, okay. That's right. Just think about that, man. One of these days, maybe having a painted a little thing and play at Adepticon and stuff. That is like the business. Because they definitely do historicals. That'd be a real test of endurance. I live in the part that catches fire every year because the government doesn't care about us up here. Well, I don't think I don't like getting political. I don't think the government much cares about much of anybody. Oh boy, each individual little, because this is technically, I guess, like scale mail in a way. Gotta defend that democracy. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how can you prevent forest fires up there, though? Like, what would they have to do? I imagine it's not, like, simple. It's because they're watching you. I said, what would they have to do to improve that whole situation with the fires? Properly fund CAL FIRE for fire prevention is a big one. But yeah, what does fire prevention mean? Is it like, do they go out and dump water in the woods or whatever, or is it like a chemical? What does that actually entail? Alright, we're going to start painting the sword. Now, when we do this, we want to leave some dark areas. This is we're going to be painting this kind of non-metal NMM in some ways, except we're using blues. So that means you want to have dark areas pretty close to the light areas. It's not going to be a full NMM type look, but you kind of want to get a little bit of that effect. So, like, in that example, we're going to leave the center of it relatively dark, just because we want to simulate the effect that light is having trouble getting to that part. And leave some dark spots in between where you're highlighting. Clearing along roads, bulldozing and cutting down certain high-risk areas so nothing can get you too fast. More watch stations. I mean, are there people that are willing to... Yeah, are there people that are willing to be watchers, though? Like, I'm assuming that's another job that has, like, a lack of people. Plus, PG&E starts a couple every year because they don't clear brush and trees around power lines but they have a monopoly on the state. So, oh no, watch stations now are basically fire stations out in the boonies and make bang. Oh, sweet. Well, great. Yeah, I'm assuming you have to pay somebody quite a bit for them to want to just like hang out in the woods by themselves for like weeks at a time. I mean, especially if you know there's like actual risks of fires. I'm sure there's like a certain level of hazard pay. Alright, so this is the side that's going to get more sunlight. So this side is going to be a little bit brighter than the other side. But we still want to simulate the dark areas. I used to do it as a kid, then I worked for a contractor before I got sick. Because you were a firefighter, right? Gods, I'm strong then. Were you Bobby B? Were you the Bobby B? We always need more Bobby V's in the world. I mean, I fought with a hammer when I did HEMA in college. Yeah, that's good. Did you kill the heir to the Seven Kingdoms at the Trident? Yeah, my wife made me a tabard with a stag's head too. That's pretty cool, actually. Ugh. Whew. Ooh, yeah, boy. Alright. Little check just to make sure I didn't miss any spots. And we're going to refine this a little bit, so we're going to start hitting it with a lighter blue. And if there's a certain spot where I'm just like, I don't really like that transition, we can go back in there with all the colors since we have them all available. So I usually like to do some sky blue for the high points of it because it has a lot of white in it. No, but I did meet and spar with the guy that played the Mountain in Game of Thrones. Yeah, I heard he's actually like a pretty nice guy. I read an article or something like that. Like he's, I think the article specifically was like he's gay or something like that. Which I was like, that's a weird, very specific thing to talk about. But okay, yeah, I've heard he's like a super cool guy. Oh, does he? That's cool. Well, not cool, but it's cool that he's clearly made a life for himself. That's for sure. Is that why you met him? Like, was it connected to that in some way, or was this before you got it? Or was it specifically like a Bell's palsy event? Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I thought that was such a weird thing for the article to go over. I could be misremembering it. I was like, that's a weird thing to focus on. Oh no, I might be thinking of Hodor. I think Hodor might be. Yeah, Hodor, he was on a podcast I listened to. It was actually, ironically enough, I think it was a miniatures gaming podcast where he came on. No, I met him at a HEMA tournament in college. He was doing a strength test competition. Oh, that's cool. It's funny the people you bump into. Like, I think I was going to MegaCon one year in Orlando, and there was a wrestler that showed up. It was I think it was Randy Orton. I think was there. Like, I don't watch wrestling, right? Which Rylan would have my head for that. But yeah, everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, Randy Orton's here." I was like, "I don't know who that is." And I think this was like before he was big, because this must have been like I graduated 2010, so this must have been like 2011, 12, something like that. Because I think I was in college at the time. It's just kind of funny when you bump into people. So that guy, did he have the Game of Thrones role then at that time then? So he's doing a strength test competition, but was he like already in the show? Oh, it was after it wrapped up. Okay. Oh, jeez. I guess you're younger than I thought you were. Or was it be older? Because how long ago were you in college? And we're just using the sky blue to highlight all the blue areas again. You know, we're not breaking any laws of nature here. You're 30. Okay. Oh, you're younger than me then. Okay. Okay, that clears that up. I thought we were the same age. Well, I'm 32, right? I guess we're pretty close. It's not like it's that big a difference. I guess that was around that time, wasn't it? Huh. That's cool. I don't know, I guess I'm getting near that, I'm at that age now where things are starting to like blend together. Some of these panels look a little rough. It's okay. As long as the model gets done, I don't think anybody's really going to care. I've definitely been one to be outspoken on how I think these models are very, very busy, which makes them look really good when they're done, but getting to the point where they're done, it is a process. The humans in the starter box are much easier to paint, and you get a very similar level of detail. But the Northern Tribe models are very detailed. But because of all the detail and all that, I think they're going to take contrast paint like really well. In a weird way, I think my more traditional style of painting is actually working against me in a lot of ways. So if I were to like go back and do this, I'd probably say contrast might be the way to go. Which there's nothing wrong with contrast. Yeah, I found that doing the black to white dry brush before any color helps it a lot with that. Yeah, I usually do it with an airbrush for things that I do that for. So like next week when I do the chibis, I'm definitely going to do that just because it helps with figuring out where the really stark color line is going to be. Which is just the specific way to paint chibis. But like I was saying, I think because you brought this up last time, where I'm just like, if you're just doing it for like regular models, if you're not doing contrast and all that stuff, I'm just like, I don't really need the help with the contrast because I do that with a brush anyway. But if you're gonna do certain types of painting, yeah, it can be absolutely crucial. It just doesn't really affect my normal painting style. And you think it helps the contrast of your paint jobs? Because if I wasn't stupid, what I would do is just paint all this metal and then wash it. But gotta do something cool. I used it for my French yesterday so I could see all the little fancy bits. Okay, so you're just doing it so you can see things. Yeah. I mean, that's another way you could do it, for sure. Yeah, not being able to actually see what you're painting, that's a... that could cause issues. And the good news is that we get to do this whole thing one more time with pure white. Wonderful. Yeah, I like a pre-shade highlight. Well, I'm colorblind too. Well, that's good. Great. Add to the list. So your grandpa was also colorblind? Because they say even people who inherit the colorblind gene do see colors differently. Because like my dad is colorblind, so I'm always kind of curious. Like I wonder if I see things differently because he had it. But I'm not colorblind because it usually has to skip a generation. No, he couldn't be. It was on my grandmother's side. Because I believe the colorblind gene is attached to the X chromosome. Or, yeah, the X chromosome. That's why males get it more often, because of the way genetic masking works. So women can get it, they're just much more unlikely to. Well, sorry to hear that, I suppose. It's one of those things where it's like, you don't really have to apologize for it, because you wouldn't know, you don't really know what you're missing. You have one of those, like, lifetime story things going on, don't you, Rob? You got one of those, like, lives that's just, like, cursed with bad news. That's true. I mean, that's one of the big arguments, right? Is that when faced with difficulty, you essentially have the choice to become either a worse person or a better person. Sounds like you went one of the directions, which is good. Glad to hear it. I think you're a good guy. But that's a very true, good way to look at it, though. That's for sure. Well, you can get mad about it, it just wouldn't do anything. Wouldn't do you no good. But it's good that you went the way of the light side, I suppose. Sure. Alright, so we're creating lots of like different contrasting blues here in this sword, just to give it the effect of being a giant icicle. So we're gonna go through it one more time, all these separate areas, and we're gonna start adding white, just to add the the frosty effect. What she gets instead of being angry out. yeah, that's good lesson to learn young. So we're just adding some pure white, and you'll notice that it starts to get icy looking. So then you can go up and stab somebody with an icicle. It might be the camera, but I can't make out little details in the fur very well. Are you gonna shade? No, so it is shaded. That's the thing. The camera really can't pick out the white because the white I do is so bright. You can actually see the shading. Like if you look at that spot right there, do you notice how there's like a really bright center to it, and then the rest of it is not as bright? That is the shading. I've been painting so much white on this channel that that stuff is. I'm starting to notice that the camera's having trouble actually picking it out. But yeah, it's definitely the camera. There is quite a bit of shade if you were to see this thing in person. So I just have the chat and a little bit of the camera visible in the browser. It hurts a bit because it's so bright. It hurts my eyes. So it is, but it is definitely shaded. But yes, you are correct. That is one of the issues with this camera. I think I'm about to get food, so I am gonna put this on the break thing. Probably be gone for like maybe 5-10 minutes. I'm gonna scoff it down real quick and I should be back. But we'll keep working on the armor. It might be a good idea to go in there with a little bit of dark blue and kind of clean up some of the stuff, but overall I think it's coming along pretty well. He definitely looks like an ice bear. Yeah, that's fine. I'll talk to you whenever I talk to you, Rob. It'll just be me hanging out here by myself. I mean, I'd like you back, sure. I'm not gonna force you to come back, though. Oh, man. No. There's no guilt trip. It's a complete and total lack of expectations trip. You do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna tell you where you gotta be. Alright, I'll be back. Hang out. I'll be back. Like I said, give me like 5-10 minutes. Bathroom, water, all that stuff. I'll be back.
Great
According
start.
to my doctor's prescription pad, I recently learned that my grandpa has a brutal addiction to Viagra.
No one is taking it harder than
grandma.
Oh, nuts. Ah, nuts. All right, don't hate that. 5 with a Pierce.
Blocking 4. She only takes 1.
Blocking 4.
I'm calling that cocked.
He gave.
Does it count? Taylor says
He gave
that counts.
Simon
It's
an
in the box.
additional
Looks like only 1 goes through. Unless she has Pierce.
And she dazes. Grunts come back out. Who once again can. But if you are putting money and the front door of the 401k and the back door Roth IRA, you're really kind of DPing it, right?
According to Greek mythology, there was once a king that was only 12 inches tall.
Oh yeah?
He ruled poorly and made so many mistakes. He was a terrible king, but he made a great ruler.
I had a feeling it was going the ruler route. I do like that, actually. Pretty all right. Pretty all right.
And his name is John.
If I recall, got to play her a whole ton at Gen Con, and I think that yeah, Deadly Origins. If you get the finisher, you get a shock baton follow-up. And a medium advance. New Black Widow is real good. I expect to see her quite a bit. She's a very, very solid 4.
It's cool to see a single character go through almost all the threat values.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, on the opposite side, having Captain America all Dark Showdown, everyone says, where we are going to have Nick Paltry over here on the left side of the screen, being our player 1. Did I get it right? I did. I guessed, and it worked. So that'll be Nick P there. And on the right is going to be the old Nick M, but he's not playing Guardians. Bless you. He is playing Convocation.
Convocation.
And then, yeah. Oh my gosh, dude, he's so
Don't you
freaking
mean
good.
on a live monger? That's actually really good. That's actually really good.
Sorry, Twitch.
He did have 2 on a live tokens as
That's
well,
very
or
true.
on a live count token.
Yep.
The alliteration isn't there. I guess it's not really there in the first one either because it's a K and a C, but still.
That's really.
You, Mitch. Good to see you. Yes, I believe Anthony is offering pizza and beer for anyone that is helping him move stores. Ben, Ravensguard, guys, it's good to see you all. All right, and Mitch, yeah. We support you, Tim, just not in the ways you want. Accurate. That is this network as a whole. All right, Liam.
Everybody is welcome to every alcohol beverage I have in my house.
Whoa!
Is that a cheeky bottle of red?
I think it's mostly just rubbing alcohol. I think that's it, but like...
You can drink that.
We can get her back, though.
According to Greek mythology, Tim is a 16-year-old with wings made of wax. What a nerd.
All right. Okay. All right. Cool. You did it. You convinced me. Here we go. Let's go over to Twitch. This will be permanently increased. Viewer rewards, channel points, hydrate. $250. No, that's too heavy. That's too much of a tax. 200. Okay. Also updated. We also updated the description of it. You monsters. You know,
I need a sound effect, Wraith. What are you feeling in this moment? Captain America just got dazed by Blade's katana.
Okay. All right.
The ominous prediction.
What's that? What's that?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Suck it, Wolverine.
Oh man! I just added that when I forgot about it. How's your married butt
Oh yeah,
doing?
I saw all the new stuff in WoW. I got a little too excited and ended up doing a trial, and I created a new character.
You did?
And his name is John C.
There was a level of excitement that I had for you playing classic WoW, and listen, you memed it up. It hurt my soul. Like, it literally hurt my heart. My heart is hurt. Yep.
And say, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, chat for real. You saved that one. Man, imagine that.
I like that. As much as I want Andrew to win, we should play fair, says Neo Kenobi. And yeah, absolutely. Like, especially something like that, that it wasn't so much just like forgetting to use a superpower or something. Like, he scored that point, he should have it. Absolutely.
100%. It looks like Taylor is mostly healed from Ben's throttling earlier.
Pick up an extract, you can't move.
Correct.
So then what ended up happening was he started turn one, hops with Storm, goes and picks up the middle center on his back end or whatever, picks it up and tries to leave, and I was like, no, you can't leave. He's like, why? You can't move. He goes, you can't move. So once that happened,
yeah,
I saw the life kind of leaving his body a little bit because he knew what was next. So I went up, threw with Storm, killed Storm top of 2. I scored, oh, by the way, I scored 7 points turn 1.
Oh, is he gonna buy this, play that, play this, play this?
Hello, you did it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so maybe we go inside.
Yeah, get in there, hide, yeah.
No, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Oh, boom. Nice, 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 nice. Whoo, baby. Alyssa.
Hi, welcome back.
Captain, who is Defenders.
Oh, okay.
Probably pretty confident in that matchup, I'd assume, right?
Yeah, I mean, we both want to kill each other.
Yeah.
I think my list does it a little better.
Well, especially because you're probably going to be running kind of a more narrow list, so the opportunity for like a joint effort, Devil's Deliverance is not going to be as prevalent.
My goal is to get a 15-point E scenario.
Yeah.
And just run Hulk, CGR, and Star Lord, and just run it up the middle.
They'll think. Tiefling. Tiefling.
The Absolute chose well when she chose you.
Ooh, and just think of the synergy there, right? People doing sound redemptions while the...
According to Greek mythology,
That was it. That was the only thing there.
according to Slavic mythology, Tim went to Baba Yaga's hut. That's bad.
All right, let's try it anyway.
Listen, Tom, it is all about setting. Losing your virginity to a celebrity is great, but it is not great when it happens in a wax museum.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't want to put in all that work to not even get mentioned. So I kind of just don't want to do it. Akito, that's a good idea. Akitar's good. That's actually a really good idea. Clack Attack streams, that's a fantastic idea. I should write that down. That's a really good idea, actually. Thank you, Kitar. Kitar guy. Clack Attack streams, guys. Hero of the stream. Again, I get him every now and then. Hell yeah, brother. I love that.
This is our house now. This is our house now. This is our house now. I don't think that worked though. I don't think the voice thing worked. We're gonna break through this wall, guys. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's maximize this again. Thank you. 4, 3. We're really rocking now. Ah! No, get away, man! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry! It wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me! I'm friendly, I'm friendly, I'm friendly, I'm friendly! Ah! He threw a spear at us! We're gonna lose him! We're gonna lose him! We're gonna lose him! Oh, it's a bear! The boar got me! We do that.
According to Greek mythology, Chiron was a half-human, half-horse doctor. I heard he also helps with muscle pain. He's a chiropractor.
So stupid. Hulk for the win. Dr. D having fun. Ow.
So much harder than I thought. The face broken already.
Dan, you got a strong face, man.
Yeah, that was harder than I was anticipating.
Listen, it was a lot harder than I intended it for it to be too, man.
How many tortillas are we to break?
I feel a little bad about that.
I feel a little. I don't want to be.
I said I already feel bad about it. Wow. Okay.
Whew. My face is warm.
Hey, Shane. Shane. Wow, Dr. D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I appreciate that heavily.
According to Greek mythology, my mother used to say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Lovely woman, useless surgeon.
And breathe. And breathe. Okay. And
According to a homicide police report, 10 years ago I asked my childhood sweetheart, my best friend, and the most beautiful women in the world to marry me. And amazingly enough, all 3 of them said no.
All right. We'll take it. Rare. Catch an ice back sculpin. Gonna be sculpin that ice. All right. We can fish. Let's do it right here. Ooh, perfect shot. Perfect shot. Let's see how long it's gonna take, like the whole gosh dang bar down or what. Ooh, one and done. Throw it in the pot. Can do. Between battles too. That's super dope.
According to my financial statements, I ran out of toilet paper, so I have been using old newspapers. You could say the times are rough.
The times are rough.
Okay, we're back. Hi, Rylan. I'm glad you made it. I mentioned wrestling earlier, and you weren't here.
Wild.
Yeah. If you felt your diabetes or your toes act up, it wasn't your diabetes. It was your wrestling sense. I specifically did that call out in the whip channel for you, actually, because I was like, I don't want to ruin his streak. I ruined Tizzy's and he was upset. The Maitre Dragonlance of the Sport TV drama. Tizzy? Oh, Tizzy, the guy that helps run Adepticon. Ah, yeah, yeah. You lost that joke on me. Never read Dragonlance. Alright, so we're taking some pure white. And we're going to go in there and we're going to ice it up.
I'll be back.
Yep. So now we just tap some white on each one of these little individual scales. So what you been up to, Rylan? See, I wasn't gone that long, Rob. I just had to eat something real quick. But you missed me? Well, I appreciate that, buddy. You got me low energy day today too, because I don't know. I just feel like kind of off today. It's weird. Like I worked out, you know. I don't feel like. I feel like I ate something that doesn't agree with me, and it's just kind of like sitting there. And I don't know what is happening. I don't understand! Well, I mean, in your situation, I imagine it must be nice to be able to talk to people. Like, actually, it's funny, because yesterday I went out with a friend of mine, and we went to, there's a brewery near here that that makes ciders. And, we were hanging out, and we were talking about, how, you know, like, what we dealt with during the pandemic when it came to, like, feeling lonely, you know? Because I'm a pretty, like, I require social interaction. Like, I don't know how people manage to get by without being able to interact with people. So, like, I do it all. I love to do it in person. To me, online interactions feel a little bit more, like, watered down when it comes to, like, something like playing video games or whatever, right? Like, I love doing it, don't get me wrong. But to me, the in-person stuff is, like, where it's at. That's just, like, ultimate Dylan happy is in-person hangouts. And I think a lot of that is why I'm a Cairo, you know. So that, like, that in-person thing, it just kind of bred into me. And I just remember we were talking about how brutal the pandemic was, right? Because it's like during the pandemic, you couldn't really hang out with anybody in person if they didn't live in your house. And me and Kara, we had just moved up here to Massachusetts like a couple months before it all happened. So it was interesting, to say the least. But that is kind of where a lot of the stuff that I do now kind of stemmed from. Like I did a blog because I was just looking for something to do, some kind of way to interact with people. And I did a gaming blog that's still up. It's actually still up. Yeah, I got my palsy like 3 months before COVID. Oh boy. Well, I mean, I guess in some ways the advantage is you got to go through recovery of it when everybody else wasn't doing much. It's not like you missed out on a lot. Not all bad in that regard, you know. I'm not saying it's good. So this is the way I described it to her. I don't think anybody had a good time during COVID. You know, I don't think anybody like walked out of it being like, "Man, that was the best experience of my whole life." The way I look at it is, was it net positive? I had a net positive experience because during the whole thing, I learned how to do new things. You know, learned a little bit about myself in a lot of ways, like where my limitations are, things that I enjoy. So I know that I'm happiest when I'm hanging out with people. So that's something I learned during the pandemic. So like in a lot of ways, while it was a miserable, awful thing to happen to the Earth, there were some good things that could come out of it. So, like, to me, it wasn't fun. It was not a fun experience, but I think it was a good learning experience. And that's me, you know, trying to be optimistic about it. Because it's easy to be unhappy about it, but if you can take something positive out of it, even better.
Sometimes I get in my head. Sometimes I can't get out of bed. When I'm with you, troubles melt away. So let's fly into my fantasy.
And there you go. You start adding that white, and it looks kind of icicle-y. So this looks like it's made of metal. So this I'll probably do non-metal metallic iron color. Or maybe even gold. I think it is literally just going to be a lot of like blue and gold. I'm going to paint the straps now, I think is probably the best thing to do. Every time you have something good happen, all the things in your life lead up to the moment, even the bad, so why be mad about them if they had to happen so you could be happy? No. I agree, completely. That is the correct way to look at it. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that sentiment, 100%. And I mean, wasting time being unhappy about something that's already done is like, it's such an, like, I don't want to say wasting your time, but you're just like, you're just like more miserable for something that made you miserable when you could just like start working towards, I don't want to say getting over it, but getting back to where like you should be as far as like happiness goes, you know?
And I think there's a lot of people out there who get trapped in that vicious cycle. I mean, there's a lot of really bad things that happen, right? But at some point, you have to learn to, you know, keep your life going. I mean, bad things have happened to me, for sure. Have there been bad things that have happened to other people that are worse? Yeah. 100%. But, you know, what can you do? Learn from it. Hope it doesn't happen again. And just keep on trucking. Smooth out some of the transitions on that thing. Oh, man. I might have to end it a little early, man. I feel like I need a nap. Sheesh! Alright, so we're going to start painting the leather straps. So we're going to use Rhinox hide. Good old GW color. What is that? There's a lot going on with this model. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of non-metal metallic gold on this sucker. Because even the rings on his belt are looking to be made out of some kind of metal.
Been around the world, been to many places, and I've seen beautiful faces, and sometimes I get lost wishing I could have everything, but everything is
I do appreciate the lack of nomadic gear that this model has. Like a lot of the other Northern Tribe models, they look like they're literally bringing their house with them. So this one, he's much more casual. Which I can appreciate that. I really can. Whee!
Been around the world, been to many places, and I've seen beautiful faces, and sometimes I get lost wishing I could have everything, but everything is nothing without you. I'll be so incomplete.
And so at this point is when this white is really going to start singing, because That is very strange. Glad to have you here, though, Rylan. This is when the white is really going to start singing, because this brown is going to break up all the white. And it will really help it, like, show off. Which is why, if you ever do white, just make sure you finish all the stuff around it, because a lot of those prime colors, they look really, I guess, kind of off until all the stuff around it is messed with. Anyway, about to leave a friend's house and go grab the new Asgardians. Oh, that's fun! Congratulations, bud. I'm excited to get those too. The Loki especially. Yeah, I do think I will be picking those up at some point, because I think I'm going to use them for the painting contest for Fury's Finest, which I'll probably paint on the stream. Gotta say, that Asgardian box, real good. Real good. Metal. Which we talked about the new Asgardians in one of the Wait That I Roll Wild episodes 2 weeks ago, I think. We couldn't film one this week because there was too many podcasts that needed an extra guest because Dan was in, he's at Gen Con, so it was a split between getting a best episode out or a Wait Did I Roll a Wild, and I went with Wait Did I Roll a Wild, or I went with best just because a lot of the stuff that got announced at Mini Extravaganza is mutants, and I don't really know a lot about them. So I don't think I could have been very helpful. But eventually they will talk about them, just not, more than likely not with me. Now you start to see he's looking a lot like less painful to look at from the camera, just because that white is really starting to poke out, which is what we wanted. Because the belt straps are so thick, you want to make sure you get the top and bottom of them. A lot of the things around his arms and stuff are armbands, which are it's like Norse jewelry. It's like a Viking jewelry thing. So we don't need to worry about painting those leather because those will be gold. Because he's the Kang. But do want to make sure we get the straps for his gauntlets. And he's not wearing boots because he's a bear. He is in fact a bear man. And everybody who's watched this, especially the ones in the YouTube videos, I have actually been seeing you guys. The numbers have actually been pretty surprising. We've actually had a conversation about it. network-wise. And I'm hoping that if CB views that as progress, maybe I'll be able to get some more early stuff from him. That'd be cool. I do love CB. They're a great company. Everybody there, all the employees and stuff are just absolutely phenomenal people. Even though most of them are named Carlos. Actually, funnily enough, that rock he's standing... Wouldn't that be worth... just paint like a rock. I was thinking it might be worth it to make that also an icicle, but we'll just paint it like a rock. Gen Con's probably coming on to an end here pretty soon. Usually show floor closes a little early on Sundays. That looks like a fur. So if you're joining from Gen Con or you're leaving Gen Con or whatever, welcome. I should be there next year. I could not make it work this year, but I think next year is definitely doable. I had a lot of big plans this year, and they didn't quite work out. Okay, so we're here 5:20. That actually works out pretty good. That means I can stop at... Let's stop at like 4:30. Okay, perfect. Let's try 4:30. Alright, Scrag Brown. You know it, you love it. Alright, so then we're taking Scrag Brown, and we're just going to start picking at the leather. A good way to give yourself like an aged leather look is to leave the middle of it darker. You might get a dog barking here soon. Bobby! Because if you leave the middle darker, it looks like the outside of it has been like used a lot, so the belt starts to look like cracked. So I just leave a little bit of a dark streak in there, so it looks like the middle of it's just a darker brown, and that gives it like a bit of an easy aged effect. I want to save this one. It's a good one. Make sure you get the belt down there in the inner thigh. Oh, hello, Bobby. Oh. We got someone who wants to be a part of the show. Come on, Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Bobby. Oh, are you happy? Did that make you happy, buddy? Yum, yum, yum. Oh, yum, 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 yum. So, if I were to leave him be, he would actually sit here and lick me like this for hours. It's very rare that he stops until you tell him he needs to stop. And alright, Bobby. So whenever he gets a little anxious, he's got to be in the lap. He gets very nervous. Ain't that right, Bobby? Okay, Bobby. Relax. Hey. Hey, Bobby. Oh, boy. And then he'll just curl up and pass out right on the lap. He'll do everything he can to get back to my face, though. You gotta lay down, Bubby. You gotta lay down. No. I didn't say lick. I said lay down. Oh, you gonna lay down? What are you doing? Thank you, Bubby. Thank you. Alright, Bubster, you gotta get off or you gotta lay down? I gotta keep working. I gotta keep working. Yeah, I know. I know. I know you love me. I know. Yeah, I know. Grr. Grr. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know, you're scary. You gotta get off or you gotta lay down? You gonna lay down? Okay. Good boy. I don't want to hang you, Bubby. There we go. Okay, back to what we were doing. Picking out the edges. And if the paint's watery, and it gives it a little bit of that like translucent, transparent effect, even better. Because then you'll get like differing values and stuff, and it'll make it look like beaten up leather. Leave some of that dark in the middle. And we're gonna start using some of the lighter brown on this like fur, the fur token thing. This will have a different kind of finish to it, so it will look different in the end. But the keeping your palette limited is always a good way to help make the model look less busy. And when leather starts to crack, usually, anyway, it starts getting that, like, kind of peachy, bony type color to it. So we're going to simulate that a little bit by doing what we're doing right now, except we're going to be using a bleach bone color on the edges of the belt, which gives it age. Just want to make sure we get all of it before we head to the next step, though. So, alright, so a bleached, or it's called, I still call it bleach bone, Screaming Skull. And what I do is I mix it with just a little bit of that previous brown, because otherwise it might be a little too powerful. So I just kind of want to get a good mid-tone between the two. It's right there, above this yellow. Right, it's still got that kind of browny tone to it, but it's much more bright. Because if you do it too much or too little, it's going to look a little weird. So, like, as an example, we're going to use this belt right here. So with this new color, you start to just kind of tap the edges. And this is good to do with, like, a kind of a poopy brush. Because what this is going to do is it's going to simulate the cracked leather. And as long as you get it on the edges, maybe a little bit in the middle, that's fine. Just kind of do it to taste. And then you get like a beat up looking leather belt. Bam. Pretty easy. And if it's too bright, what can happen is that it'll become really jarring, which is why I don't like to use pure bleach bone. I have seen some people, I think, use like a little bit of white and mix it in too, which I might do a little bit of just to give it some extreme highlights. But anywhere the belt bends a lot, so like right there, is a great place to add a little bit of cracking, because it's supposed to be the inside of the belt where it hasn't been tanned, because when it bends, it cracks it. A new belt won't do it, but a belt that's been used for a while will definitely do it. And again, because these belts are so thick above and below it, you might want to give it a little bit of texture just to help kind of seal the effect. And, you know, if you put a couple little scratches in there, That'll make it look like it's used. Don't forget the belt inside of the buckle. And it's a good idea to kind of make it uneven. Like, you don't want it to be like an even crack across the entire thing. And in that case, it looks a little weird. Still looks cool. It still looks good, but it, you know, if somebody takes a closer look at it, they'll be like, I don't think that's how that's supposed to look. So as you can see, beaten up belt. And we're telling a story with this, right? Because he's supposed to be like a king, so he's probably been using a lot of the same weapons and stuff for a long time. But you could also go the other way, too. You could always be like, well, since he's the king, you would have the newest stuff. It's up to him. It kind of just depends on the story you want to tell. And I got another good trick to do for this. Apparently, I just recently found out the P3 paint line actually got removed because of Privateer Press selling their company, which I didn't think it was going to affect the P3s, but I guess it did. But something they did make that's really, really cool is this stuff called brown ink, which we're going to use here in a second on the belt. It's really good stuff. So if you can find it, I'd recommend it. Before it like goes away forever. But you could use like Agrax Earthshade probably. I just don't think it gives it quite as glossy. I guess there is a glossy Agrax Earthshade now, so that might work. Okay. Not too shabby. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take that ink, and it is an ink, so this is going to stain whatever you put it on, so make sure you're really careful with this. This is real powerful stuff. So you take the tiniest little dab of it, and you're really going to want to water this down. And as you can see, it gives you this like red-brown delicious color. It's like an earthy brown, which is one of my favorite colors. Funnily enough. And then you take just the tiniest amount of it, and you just put it in there. Now, what you try and do is you try and put it in the middle. But it's okay to get a little splashing, because what that'll do, well, not splashing, but a little bit of like unevenness, because what that'll do is it'll create the effect that there are various levels of cracking in the belt, which will again kind of increase the aged effectiveness of it. So I wouldn't put it all over the edges. If you get a little bit on the edges, that's actually fine, but it's going to happen naturally, so I wouldn't try and do it, if that makes sense. And this is just going to accentuate the beat up belt effect. Just carefully you don't get it on your fingers, because you'll start smudging it on everything. Which you don't want to do! Especially after all the hard work we've been doing. And this has a very glossy effect to it. So you'll notice that it'll be very shiny. If that's something you really like, you may not want to varnish the model after you're done. I'm not a huge fan of gloss in areas that I don't want it. But if it was going to be glossy, the belt's not a bad idea, because that means it's well oiled. Which, again, kind of tells a story of the guy clearly takes care of his stuff. So now what you do is you wait for that to dry. Now you look at that belt. And the cracks seem much more, I guess, authentic. So now what you do is, I'm going to take just the tiniest bit of white. Such a tiny amount. Mix it in with that previous mix we were using. And we're going to do a little bit more around the edges. And this one we're going to be super careful with. And this one you really want to be where the light is hitting it the most. You don't want to put this all over the belt. So right here where the cracking, or I guess you could think of it as like where the cracking is the hardest. And you go in there and it really just accentuates the fact that the belt is bending. You know, frayed edges. So this is kind of like, in a way, a traditional highlight. And even from this distance, you can see the belts there. Definitely starting to look like they're very beat up. And you could always choose to do this before that wash too, because it might tone it down. But that's a personal preference thing. Because if you do that wash right, it shouldn't affect a lot of the stuff going on the edge, but it might help kind of tone it all down. This is in fact not Namor. That is true. That's true. Hi, Wilmar. What are you doing on here? Shouldn't you still be at AO? What, they closed at 6, right? Or did you not go to AO today? Did you go to your Malifaux buddy? Or was that just yesterday? Oh, really? Too much going on? Andre can't focus. Ugh, man. Has Namor's been released, right? How long's he been out? I feel like I don't know if I've actually seen him. Ah. 10-4, good buddy. Alright, so there's going to be a lot of non-metal metallic on this guy. Like, a lot of them. A lot. Because this is all going to be metal. This is going to be a combination. There's going to be some leather on this. I think I'll do like a bleached bone type leather on this. But the rest of it's going to be gold. That'll probably be gold. And then this will be gold. And then there'll be some teal stuff that we do in here. I think it came out last week. Who knows? Because this week was Loki. But I'm assuming AO doesn't have the model. You'll have to post some pictures of this somewhere. The weapon looks real nice. Yeah, it's coming together really well. You ever been stabbed with an icicle? Ah! Alright, so... Okay, so we got a bunch of the Flame On, some Flame On series colors. So these are the ones that I'm going to use to do the non-metal metallic. In this order. Which is going to be Flame On's dark green brown, orange brown, bright yellow ochre, and then bright pale yellow. There are some other colors if you really want to like get into the nitty-gritty of painting it of non-metal gold. I've been able to do okay with just this, but we'll see. We're kind of wandering into territory that I'm not the best at. So don't yell at me, please. Oh, that weapon looks real nice. So we're going to go for his WWE belt buckle. It's going to be gold. So this is the color. This is dark green brown, right? Yeah, dark green brown. This is going to be where all the gold is. Oh, Wilma, are you still there? I painted up, I did finish up a couple Malifaux models. I'm dedicated. Yeah, let me go get them. I'm dedicated to finishing Apex keyword. Ugh. I guess I still got a little ways to go. Man, that keyword is, like, surprisingly big. Which you're getting pretty close to finishing your performer keyword. So like here's Kane Hurst. I think he came out pretty darn well. I'm desperately trying to get better at the non-metal metallic. I think that came out okay. Like when you're in the middle of it, you're like, this looks terrible. And then when you walk away from it, it looks better. Actually, the hilt is going to be similar to what we do right now. That's a non-metal gold. So it's going to look similar to that. But I think he came out like really good, quite honestly. And then when I varnish him, I'm hoping that it'll look even better because the some of the glossiness will go down. And then I finished one of the Vitagi, which I think she looks pretty good. Had to practice for the bear. But not too shabby. You gotta paint the bird people too, right? Aren't they performers? And guys, I am sponsored by Monument Hobbies, so if you want to do a lot of the things that I'm doing here, Go over to the website, buy some stuff. You can use the code Professional Casual at checkout to get a discount. Professional Casual. And that actually helps us out directly. And Jason is just like, wow, these guys are really sending people my way. And my hope is to eventually be able to get Jason on an interview on Arachne. So that'll be fun. Oh yeah, but those aren't out yet, I don't. Oh, I thought that, for some reason I keep thinking they're out. Yeah, I think you can get them at Gen Con, but I think you're right. I don't think they're technically out yet. I believe you're correct, though. That was my bad. So I guess, like, what's your plan? Like, once you get to that point of you finish the keyword, are you just going to always keep buying everything that comes out for the keyword and just keep updating? Or are you just kind of easy come, easy go type thing? Just finish it and then come back when you get back to it. Issue is I keep distracting myself with like other keywords because like I really wanted to just have an easy paint job one day because I was like, you know, it was after work and I'm just like, I just want to paint something easy. So I finished up Corvus Rook and Finnegan almost at the exact same. You know, I painted them together and I finished them both in like a single night. It's just some guy in a suit. Depends. I have seen some of the new releases tend to help one keyword more than another. Yeah, 100%. Is the Ahul over here? Yeah, like the Ahul is a good example, I think. Like, Ahul is, like, I think useful for both of its keywords, which is Cadmus and Apex. So I think that one is, like, a weird exception to that rule. I don't know where it went. Kara touches my stuff and then it goes missing. But yeah, I really do want you to see what I'm doing with this model because I'm not entirely like I feel like it's a really cool effect. Huh. I don't know where it went. Well, I'll show it to you later when I find it. As soon as Kara touches something, I'm just like, well, I guess that's gone. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the models that do both well are definitely rare. So I'm going for like an infected skin type look. Somebody looks like he looks like magma, but I was like, okay, I can kind of see that, I guess. But I'm going for evil bat. I'm a bat. Depends. I've seen some. Heart, Stop, Herbert, and V are obliteration and one other keyword, and they don't seem super great with Tara. I think they're amalgam. I think they work with Leviticus. I think they're. I guess I don't really know how amalgam plays, but yeah, I was like, this is kind of a cool idea. And then I'm gonna go like hopefully super bright on the blue for the black, and then I'll probably do that teal color for the webbing. So I'll go from black and just go to like a dark jade. Progressively from there, but I think it'll look cool. I would really enjoy having a fully painted keyword to go to an event with. And I think the next big local event is Is it Captain Con? That looks nice. I can see what they mean by the magma thing, but I think once you get the other coast, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think it's just a really cool like contrast effect that I was going for. Yeah, I can definitely see what they mean by magma bat. Oh, I mean, I get that for sure. But I guess in Malifaux, it doesn't even really matter. It can look like whatever. It could look like whatever. This appears, if I had to guess, this is the scabbard? I think to his little like spear axe thing. I'm not entirely sure I would trust that thing to hold it, since how big that is, and it looks like you're only going to be putting the tip in there. It appears to me that you would stab yourself in the back with that thing quite a few times. It could just glow from the inside. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because that was how Weird painted it. So I looked at the one that was in the case at Gen Con, and I saw the bright red thing going on, and I was like, that looks really cool. I think I'm going to take that idea. I'm not looking forward to having to paint the Malosaurus Rex, though. That is going to be a task. That is for sure. I think the dark colors just really bump up the reds on it, like you still don't see the colors. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, thanks for the backup on that one. And you know, worst case scenario, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I got a painted model. I think it's gonna look good regardless. I guess the real question is will it line up with the rest of the stuff in the keyword? You know what I mean? Because when I go to events, I'm going there for best painted. I ain't going there to win. That is for darn sure. Yeah, trust the process. Yes, I believe you're correct. So next week we will go tomorrow we're going to keep painting this guy. Next week we will go to painting the chibi models for friend of the show Ernie. These two Predator chibi models, which I'm hoping will be fun. And I'll show you guys how to do chibi style, which is actually I bet you'd be surprised how easy it is. So if you want to join along, bring a chibi model. And again, this is another one of those situations where I think as you paint in more and more of this, the blue armor is really going to start to stand out more because less and less of the model is a cool color. So as you can see, that blue is definitely more pleasing. Funnily enough, I wasn't super pleased with titled Colette, but looking at her at the shop today, I was surprised by how much I liked the final product. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, right, where when you're in the middle of it, you're just like, this looks terrible. And then once you take it out of your like painting lights and you put it underneath like yellow lights, it looks just so much better. It looks so much better. That's kind of why I'm thinking, like, anytime you have a painted model, period, it's better than not having a painted model. Because, like, if you spent all the time painting something, you didn't like it, and then you stripped it immediately, it's just like, my God, you wasted, or not wasted, but you used up so much time. At least play with the one you got. Even if it doesn't look good, you can just buy another one and paint it later, or do it later, or whatever. But I think you're right. I think where if you have a model, it's worth looking at it underneath a different light. And there's something to say about sleep. Like, if you go to sleep and wake up and look at a model again, it could look completely different. I've definitely had models where that's the case, where I will look at it while I'm painting it, I'll be like, this is just butts. And then I'll go to bed, wake up, and I'll be like, okay, this is good enough. Good enough for me. Maybe I don't love it, but you come to accept it. Yeah, 100%. Well, it's cool that you can hang out with us, Mr. Wilmar. Once I hit the T-tunnels, I'll look... Yeah, I get that. Thanks. Yeah, that'd have been embarrassing. So, funnily enough, Wilmar is actually one of the people that inspired me to want to be better at MMM. Because he had a very good Asgardian model that he painted MMM, and I thought to myself, darn it! I like the way this looks. So I definitely started stepping it up on doing it. Because Jesse from Furious Finest wanted all of his Shatterpoint stuff to be non-metal metallic, which that was fun. He's the first one I did it and ruined my time with his twisty staff. No, I think it was Scourge. I don't remember if I've actually seen the Loki. Scourge was definitely the one I saw where I was like, okay, yep, this is it. Yeah, sometimes you look back on some of the things you've done and you just have to like pinch the bridge of your nose. You're just like, why did I do that? Why did I do the twisty staff thing? Yeah, your Scourge was pretty popular. Which you entered that into the painting contest. I know you did the Green Goblin in the painting contest. Did you enter your Scourge for one of the events? You did enter Heimdall, that's right. Yeah, that's right. It happens. Ironically enough, I think once all the metal, the non-metallic is done on this guy, he's gonna be really close to being done.
Are you saying you painted him in one stream, Dr. D?
What?
Saying you painted him in one stream?
No, far from it. And again, I always say this, if I have a little free time, I might work on him a little bit before the stream tomorrow, but...
You have a lot done.
Yeah, he's, It helps when it's all mostly, like, a couple colors. He's got a cool nipple ring. This learned a valuable lesson. This year, I'm going to try my hand at a bust, so that should be an interesting change from the 32, 28 millimeters. Yeah, that'd be cool. I should do that at some point myself. I don't think I actually own them. Well, I do have a bust that doesn't have all its pieces.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I remember you saying you wanted to do that. I think you'll do great, buddy. I love the idea of doing that stuff, but then I remember I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got like literally a billion things I got to paint for all the armies I play.
Athletics is hysterical.
Why is that?
Because this is the whole Olympics, athletics.
Sure. Yeah, I guess what distinguishes it from something else. Because, like, running would just be running, right?
Right? Or, like, marathon running, or triathlon, or relay. Does that bear go on this team?
Yes. He is Northern Tribes. And he is a killing machine. It's very expensive, but he crushes people. Oh man. We might have to stop a little sooner than 4:30. My body's acting very strange.
Good to be where your feet are.
It's like a feeling you get like when you have food poisoning, but I don't feel sick. It's very strange.
Maybe you're hungover.
Sure. I suppose that is possible.
Oh, Bubby's gonna destroy for you on the camera.
He's an animal.
He hates that skunk.
And so a whole lot of what we're going to be doing here, even if you don't get to see it, is all of the bands on his little skirt are going to be non-metal metallic. So there's going to be a lot of very, very careful painting. So we're at the stage of this model where it's mostly just got to get it done. That's where we're at right now, at least.
Get her done. Who's coming over to play Malifaux this week?
We're not really we're not sure. We haven't worked it out yet. Might be Ernie's house.
But I like it in my house. They're too small.
No. It's just Ernie's house is closer to the highway.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That'll be us one day.
I'm just here to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind, joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second, I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. It's joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. It's joy in my heart, no one can take away. I'm just here to have the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind.
What you doing, Bubby?
All the time. No, I won't waste a second.
The internet wants to know.
Single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life, with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. It's joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. It's joy in my heart, no one can take away.
Bear.
His paint is barely there.
Huh. Oh. There might be another bear we're painting on here soon. 3 of them.
I might do a nursery Malifaux terrain board.
They're pretty easy.
Yep, that's what I think. Be fun to play with the blood.
Which I know there's mats for that.
Yeah, they had one at the event that we saw.
Yeah.
It was like a baby mat, and it looked like little wooden blocks and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. Nice and easy.
Does the orcs team have like fur on it?
What do you mean?
Like any kind of fur pelts or anything that they're wearing?
Like a little bit.
I just think it'd be cool if you made some of his leather green, like it was leather. So like, presumably the other team would use fur. And then if you kill orcs, you would use their skin to be leather.
Sure.
I feel like a guy like him might have some great orc leather trinkets of some kind.
Interesting concept. I don't know if that's how that leather would work. Well, you know what? You can buy a box of them and you can do that.
No, I'm the idea is what you're doing.
And
Maybe make the eyes of the green.
for this?
Yes.
I'm going to make it teal. The rest of the army.
Can't argue with teal.
Alright, so now we're going to spend a lot of time picking out lines. Thankfully, this will be much easier after this, because after the base coat, it's mostly just very simple highlights, since it's just a simple line. And we're going to paint the little discs on the belt. Because it says WWE belt, you know? That looks way better. When you're doing something like this, just make sure you don't come at it from an angle, because if you do, that's a surefire way to get paint on something you didn't mean to.
The feeling of relief you get when you realize that your car isn't stolen or towed, it's just in the spot where you forgot you parked it, far outweighs the feeling of stupidity that you forgot.
It's true. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Well, maybe you just think of it like, you know, all that happens, you're like, oh, heck yeah, free car. It helps you deal with the shame, you know? You're like, oh, I don't know where I left my car, but, you know, wow, free car. What are the chances?
When you get divorced, souvenirs from your vacations become souvenirs from your marriage.
That's true. Are you having a rough time, Rylan? Is everything okay at the home? I'm fine. It's hot. Like where you're living, or like the relationship with your wife. Well, that's a good answer. Here, a few more. Okay. Be a good way to wrap up.
If a book about failures doesn't sell, is it a success? If you clean a vacuum cleaner, do you become a vacuum cleaner? If ignorance is bliss, why do we seek knowledge? If the plural of tooth is teeth, shouldn't the plural of booth be beef?
Yes. Many of those things are true. Yes. I don't think that would make the book a success. No, I don't think technically that's how that works, based on how sales work. I believe you are correct about the vacuum cleaner thing, though. That's true. I do believe that's actually a true statement. And if ignorance is bliss, why do we seek knowledge? Because people that think ignorance is bliss is the group of people that don't want to, I don't know, have a better life in a lot of ways. But I think I'm going a little too philosophical. And yes, I do agree, it should be beef. Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. Like, why is ox, oxen, and box, boxes? I think it's the government. I think they're trying to hold us down. That skirt looks a lot better with those lines in there. I appreciate you dropping the knowledge bombs, though, Rylan. I think we're all smarter for it. So, Rylan, if you ever lose that streak, what's next? You know? Like, what's next in life? Oh, he's sleeping. That's how he sleeps sometimes. He's probably thinking of some kind of chaos that he can cause. Well, guys, I think we did it. I think we base coated all the non-metal metallic gold, which I think I'm going to leave for tomorrow, because I don't think I have enough time to do much of anything else. because this is gonna be a process. And I would usually be like, hey, let's just keep going and doing stuff, but for some reason, I feel really bad. Yep, I heard from Tim. He's doing okay. Actually, I feel like he's doing really well. Disappear into complete and total obscurity, huh? Well, you're a legend, you know? You can't just disappear like that. I mean, you're gonna leave a massive void. Yeah, Tim's doing okay. I think he realized how stressed out he was getting, which is good. I'm glad he decided to take a little break. And I'm not sure when he's coming back, if that's your next question. I'm not sure. But he will be back. He just needs to get an adjustment from a chiropractor. 8 to 10 sessions should do it. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I mean, whenever I get adjusted, I get a lot of benefits from it. I definitely feel a lot less stressed. I sleep a heck of a lot better. There's a lot of benefits to getting adjusted that, you know, don't have just to do with, like, neck and low back pain. Well, Kara's right there, so you can say it.
Hey, Rylan.
I don't know if you could hear her. Well, guys, it's been a privilege to yet again paint with you guys. I'm sorry I feel so... I don't even say bad. I just feel super weird. Hopefully I'm going to go take a nap and get it to wear off, and I should be back tomorrow. We'll keep painting Mr. Ice Bear. We'll get as much done as humanly possible. And then we'll start making plans for what holds in the future. But we're definitely going to be doing Chibis next week. And then the week after that, I'll probably paint either Shatterpoint or Ajax from Infinity. Yes, you will, Rylan. I'll be here. There may be something that makes me a little late. I don't think it will, but if it does, I will be on tomorrow. It just depends on when I get home. But it is a interview for a newspaper, so it's kind of a big deal.
Bye, guys.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye! TSA pre-check done and flying with much. I'm happy to hear it, buddy. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Bye.
It's a minus 25% to your defense.
Right.
Shock, you know, varies somewhere between like you're missing 20 to maybe 10% of like your attack roll, sometimes even less.
But bleed is just
But
obnoxious.
incinerate's
The
massive.
shock wasn't too bad because I could get a lot of rerolls.
Yeah.
But it does decrease my overall potential damage.
My absolute favorite status effect in this game is slow, though, because even if somebody on a huge base like that, if you take them from a medium down to a slow,
Yeah.
that's just annoying.
And a squirrel at each location. Don't mind if I
According
do.
to Greek mythology, Galactus is a big nerd. Okay, that was the last one.
Consequences of my actions! Ah! No, 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 no! Get up there! Oh, there's one of them too! Oh, this ain't great! This ain't great! This is not super good right now! Ah! And the heavy strider got away like a little... Come here! Ah, no, 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 no! We got it!